right. Hello, friends and people of the internet. Ooh, I'm back. I'm alive. Man, oh man. And oh man, oh man. Where are you, Subnautica? Open up. All right. Cool. Getting this open. Also, for the good old people on the stream, today's gonna be the tiny bit different. In terms of tiny bit different. I can't words. I'm gonna have people in VC, friends in VC, so that they can yell at me in real time when I miss something or something like that. It's gonna be fun. So, yes. All right. Cool. Let me go ahead and do head back into PC. So that they can yell at me. All right, friends. Hello. I'm here in VC again. Something like that.
Hello.
Not that you're there, sort of. Even though I can sort of hear the delay in the background, which is okay. It's fine.
Where I need to fix the way my audio works.
That's fine. That's all right.
Because Discord won't pick up itself, but it'll pick up every other audio that's on my computer, right?
Yeah.
Why? I have no idea.
It's in fact something that I wanted to show, that I kind of want to change the starting soon screen. I do want to use this one, and eventually I will use that one. I just don't know whether or not I should put text on it. Anyways, that being said. Hey, look, it's me. I will also probably mute my mic on Discord on and off every now and then so that I'm not just blasting people's ears here and on stream, you know?
Fair.
Completely fair.
I just don't know whether or not I should text.
There goes that delay.
There goes that delay indeed.
And that's usually how it is for me. Whenever I'm watching a stream, it's like I'm like 30 seconds behind. No matter who I'm watching.
Interesting. I made it so that it had low delay, but you know, I guess that's how the internet works.
Yeah, it's just so weird. And I think it's just like a Twitch thing.
Yeah. It's taking its time to load today.
Amazing. That's why I like Below Zero, where you just get to watch a little pangling jump up and down while it loads everything in the background.
Decided to toss me into the water in my base. Funny game.
I think your base is flooded.
It's definitely not. The game is just being funny.
This is Life Pod 7. Coordinates attached. Pod is structurally sound, but the fabricators bust.
Amazing.
Requesting assistance. 7 out.
Right, so
that is
approximate transmission origin recorded to
Uh-oh.
the bank.
We lost somebody?
Oh, we did. We did in fact lose somebody. Move this. Yes.
I think. Oh, okay. I think their internet died.
Oh no. Not now. Okay.
Hello.
Welcome
Welcome.
back.
My internet died?
I called it.
Indeed, you did. All right.
Great.
I kind of figured that's what happened.
I'm on my phone now. This is fine. This'll be fine.
Yeah, this will be fine.
Oh, it'll be.
I will just
perfect.
watch the stream on my phone then.
Hopefully, your internet comes back soon.
I hope so too, because it's being confusing. Because apparently it's not dead for my dad. Dead for everybody else.
Hmm.
Or well, dead for me. I don't know what my mom's doing. I think she's asleep. Oh, so internet it did just up and die.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
It's spooky all the way out here.
Yee.
Time to go hunting for some species. Oh god. And it is super dark outside.
Oh
Let
no.
there be light.
Oh no.
Penguins.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased. Passing 200 meters. Oxygen efficiency greatly decreased. New blueprint acquired.
Oh man. Look at all this stuff. Don't need stuff. Well, I do need more stuff. But
Detecting volcanic activity and several unusual electromagnetic signatures in the region. Exercise caution when diving deeper.
there'd be a bunch of electric boys out here.
Indeed.
Oh no. Oh no, that does not sound good.
Nah, it's fine.
It's the... Oh, I forget the creature name. Please don't try to walk up to one and scan it.
But I must.
Oh boy.
They must be scanned.
Yeah, that one went right for you. You were out of the sea moth for 2 seconds. And that went right for you.
There's a bunch of them, and the life pod is right there.
Uh-huh. I think if I remember correctly, this area is best to come with the prawn suit.
Perhaps.
Because it is. Unless you have, I think... there is, I think gosh, there's an upgrade for the sea moth that's like a little vortex torpedo thingy, and it causes, it'll like hold them in place for a little bit. So I think. You can always have it marked and come back later.
That is true.
Oh boy, you got like 40% left.
I'm going
Run.
to scan them eventually.
Fair enough.
May die trying, but it's a risk I'm willing to take.
I mean, fair. Have fun trying to scan the Reapers.
That one's gonna be fun.
Now, I think there's a way to do it that's like the easiest, and it's messing with the AI, because the AI basically tracks you. And there's a way, if you can get a certain spot behind them, they'll just infinitely go in a circle.
Right.
But I forget the method of how to do it.
I'll figure it.
Right. Oh, okay. The internet might be back, hang on.
Sweet.
Ooh, internet.
Just gotta get back
Now.
onto everything. Hope and pray it don't break. Again.
Internet, stop breaking.
We have been struggling with our internet. Considered changing over, but we don't have many options.
Yeah, my options are dial-up, Xfinity, and another one I don't remember the name. But it's essentially the same as Charter. It's like Charter owns that company. It starts with an S.
I know we have Spectrum,
Ah, yes, that one.
and Spectrum's bad.
Yeah, Xfinity isn't much better. It's about the same, honestly. Like, it's cheaper, but the quality isn't that great either.
Yep.
Because I had internet go down for like a whole day. And that was not fun.
Fair. Let me
One day.
hop back onto the stream.
One day it'll let me place this in the moon pool.
Is it not letting you put the Seamoth in the moon pool?
No, the upgrade console.
Ah.
I
Fair.
don't.
I think it had to be like in a very specific place.
Along the wall. It's
Ooh.
on one of the walls.
Let's see. Oh, there you are. There we go. Fantastic.
Yeah, it's really stupid. The location doesn't make any sense.
That is all right. I need to find copper. I need more copper than this game.
I don't remember where.
I will say it is a lot easier to find copper in below zero because you can find copper in limestone. So you get like a 50% chance of getting either copper or titanium.
Mm-hmm.
I literally need less copper now and more titanium.
Right.
I I have a love and hate relationship for this game.
Right. Oh boy.
Also, I really love the modification system that just essentially breaks your game.
Ah, yes.
Where it's just like you get stuck in a wall whenever you try to like interact with it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, yes, thank you. That's what I want to do. Get stuck inside a wall.
Yup.
Would be. Item.
Yeah, limestone is so much easier to find now.
That's titanium game. I don't need titanium. Not for now, at least.
Right, like, that's not what I wanted.
Gold, I could take gold.
Yeah, gold's pretty useful.
Yeah, what's sad is that I found titanium, or not titanium, I found diamond before really anything else. Just amazing.
I got my copper.
Nice.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Colors. Very nice. Ow. Let's see. Oh, that I can make this one thing. Creature decoy.
I forget which one is more effective. The decoy or the vortex thing. Because I know one will last longer while the other one will I can't remember which one was better.
That's alright.
I do think though, personally to me, I think the decoy is probably better, mostly because multiple creatures I think get attracted to it. So they all like cluster around it.
Yeah, and that's a great way to scan things.
Mm-hmm.
I need a wire. I need silver.
Oh boy. Silver's not. Is silver one of the difficult ones to get in the first game?
I will not be able to remember because it's been too long.
Because I do remember there's a lot more resource abundance in Below Zero, but I think it's primarily because it was less focused on survival, more focused on the story. So they were more than willing to give you a lot of material. I do know, though, they had to change the recipe for glass. The enameled glass. Because it was so hard to get, stalker teeth. Because the snow stalkers, I think, they used to drop teeth, but it was so rare. And
Yeah, they
were
changed
really
it.
hard to approach, so they
They
made it to
changed
where
it to diamond.
yeah.
You need
it's
diamond
just
and
rare
quartz.
now. Yeah. Which I guess is appreciated, but then those materials are not exactly easy to get a hold of.
Diamond is so easy. You can get it at the very beginning of the game.
Yeah, I do know like the diamond is pretty more plentiful, but like the quartz one is like, oh.
Oh no, there's a spot for quartz. Like
Nice,
literally
I know.
just the other side of my base, so you can get like 200 quartz and it respawns like every 5 seconds. So
I guess Jack got super fucking unlucky or something to where like stuff was not spawning for him.
oh yeah, he just had poor luck.
Oh boy. But I think it ended up fixed some way down. Because he started being able to get stuff. But like, regardless.
Right. Too bad he has
I
to
think
start over again.
resources in Below Zero are a lot more abundant.
Oh yeah.
But I do not remember how hard silver is to get the first one.
Bleach is an essential chemical used for cleaning wounds and purifying water.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Making to unlock other things, I think.
Fair.
There. Hmm. Oop. Time to go fishing.
Hi.
Yeah, they just do that.
It's great. It's just great having the delay in the watching the stream to the audio and everything. But the fish just flying.
Yeah.
I love the concept of that. Or it's because of like the way the AI and stuff works and all those things. And it's just so funny.
Oh, I just
flying through the walls.
Oh no. You want one that's better? It literally hails inside my base underneath water.
Yeah.
Need of aerogel. That's what I need.
Yeah, and they made that super easy to get too. There's like a whole spot for that. It's so neat to find like really stuck there, buddy? A lot of the resources are in like different places.
Mm-hmm.
It's really fun to find them.
E.
I just gotta remember where I found that underwater mining plant.
E.
Or that mine shaft. so that I can get the other 2 parts that I need for the prawn suit.
I do not know my boat terminology.
Fair. I don't either.
Okay. That's all I needed to. West. Ah. Or I can make that. Why not?
All systems online.
Oh, hey there, buddy. You know, if that's any indication to turn around, I will. He's just vibing there.
Right.
Oh, what was it?
You'll see him. He was just vibing there. I was gonna go to Life Pod 7, but the Reaper sitting behind the ship said otherwise.
Nice. Gotta love that.
All right. Hmm. Question it. How do I release these decoys by hand?
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Them. Oh, I do just drop them. Okay. All right. see. I don't want to go during the night. The night is spooky.
All systems online.
Everything's so spooky at night.
Very. Ocean at night is horrifying.
I can agree with wholeheartedly.
It is cool though.
Yeah, it's very cool. I enjoy all the fish running into the sea moth as I go by.
Right?
Yeah, I was telling Taeyong about that earlier. It's just like,
Yeah,
oh,
they just swim into you, like.
oh, there goes one.
Yeah, they just keep doing it.
It's just bonk, bonk.
Yeah, at one point I had like 20 in a row just hit my sea truck, and I'm just like, okay. You better be lucky you don't do any damage.
Smart. I mean, I get fish aren't very smart, but jeez.
Right?
Efficiency decreased.
Just
Buddy.
keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Keep swimming. Thank you. Oh, Jesus. I hate the little,
Rays.
exploding starfish.
I love the ghost rays. They are so pretty.
Right?
Have I scanned? I don't think I've scanned one. I'm gonna do
They're
that.
very friendly, so they should be. They're very scannable. They won't attack you. They're so.
Unlike the
friendly. I love their
lobsters.
design. Now the sand sharks, yes, but I do think they run from you actually. Yeah,
I have-
jelly rays. I think
Yeah, I
they were
have-
originally called ghost rays, but I think that started to get in the way with the ghost leviathan.
That would make sense.
Yeah, so people were like confused and they didn't want them, so they changed them to jelly rays. But I love them; they're so pretty.
They're very nice.
I do believe you can get one of their creature eggs. I believe you can get them as a creature egg somewhere.
Which, that fact alone is very interesting.
Yeah, and I love them. They're very pretty.
Gee.
Hello, Zappy boy.
Yeah.
Did he just
Back
phase
here.
into the ground? He just phased into the ground.
I don't question it. That one too. You'll definitely see that one. They like doing that.
Yeah, it's just, it's a
The
feature.
bone shark makes sense because it does, like, is usually around, but the funky zappy eel thing is like, why did you just phase into the ground?
I'm gonna get going.
Pokey. Hi, you grumpy creature.
Passing 200 meters. Oxygen efficiency greatly.
I like the bone sharks though. They are really cool looking design wise.
E. Don't mind me.
Data. New blueprint acquired.
My god, they are everywhere. Go away.
Making sure I picked up everything. Go back to my ship.
E.
Oh. Oh,
Hello. How's it
Just-
going?
Just disappeared. There's one swimming right outside.
I think they both phased into the wall or something. Well, take the opportunity and just go.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I think I see one like phasing in and out of the wall. Oh boy. That or they managed to hurt themselves on the volcanic vent. The thermal vent.
This bone
so
shark.
They probably...
Bone
Yeah,
Shrug
the-
being rude. Actually, I should not stand around.
Yeah, they're starting to damage the sea moth. It's getting really badly damaged. You ought to get out of there to repair. Because, oh boy.
Yeah, your seat moth is starting to leak.
Yeah, it's getting to the point where it might explode, so you might want to get out and repair it. Yeah, stay by the reef back, because the reef backs, if you get attacked by a predator, they'll actually go over and push the predator away.
Oh, very nice.
I love reef backs. They're such good beans.
I have to stop jumping out of the sea moth while it's moving. It didn't hit me, but I have to stop doing that.
All I need is one more prawn suit.
Oof. There you go. Sea moth back up to par.
Is this a prawn suit part? Oh, it's a drill arm. Still useful, I'll take it. Nope.
I need to find aerogel. I need it.
I forget where. You know what? I can pull it up on the wiki and we can find where to find the things for it.
Yeah.
What's that? Oh, I found a reactor rod. Oh, yes, that's something to pick up. Thank you. Yes, now I can craft the prawn suit. Yay!
Nice.
Which is about to be super useful. Oh, Chinese potato. Potat. More potats.
Okay, they are acquired from gel sacks.
Yes.
Okay.
They're
Gel sacks and rubies.
Welcome aboard.
Various instructions, including the prawn suit. Where can they be found?
in the dark crevices way beneath the ocean. I mean, a data access shard.
Okay, let's
Give
go
it-
over to gel sacks and where to get them. Okay. They can be found in the Blood Kelp Zone, the Bonefield Caves, Deep Grand Reef, Deep Sparse Reef, Dunes, Grand Reef, Lost River, the mountains, Northwestern Mushroom Forest, Sea Treaders, Tunnel Caves. Okay.
Right.
I think the place that is closest to you. Hmm. Okay. Most of the ones, the dunes might be the closest, or the Grand Reef might be the closest. One of those two. I know the Sea Treader tunnels actually might be pretty close, but that depends on where you are currently. You're back at base, right?
Yeah.
I think the Sea Treaders tunnels are going to be on the far end. You have to almost reach the edge of the map to get to those, to be fair.
Got it.
So, but it's relatively safe as long as you don't go into the Lost Zone. Don't go there. This is the out of bounds areas of the games, and you will die.
Understandable.
You will die. It's fun to go out there after you've beat the game, because it's terrifying.
I can imagine.
It's just pitch black water.
Ah. All right.
It's horrifying. Okay.
Now, no, it's one of those places. However, I do not know where they are.
So the mountains is kind of where you were just at.
All systems
It's
online.
it's one of the, because a lot of the other ones, like the blood kelp zone and the rest of them, are all like deep underwater, below
Yeah,
500 meters. So until you get the depth upgrades for the sea moth, you won't be able to reach them. So the dunes should be the one. I believe the dunes. Yeah, the dunes are. Yeah, the dunes are where the. You can find them there. I don't think they're as plentiful though there at the dunes, because the dunes is normally where you get limestone, sandstone, and other stuff.
Gonna make my way back to the electric boys then.
I do think the mountains might be your best bet to try to find some.
Or blabberfish. Rest in peace.
Yeah, because you weren't too far from the mushroom forest, and that's one of the good places to go to get them.
All right.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly where in the I don't exactly remember where in the mushroom forest you can find them. I just know that they're there.
Once I'm
Sure.
there, I'll figure it out.
You can get the bone shark egg from there as well,
Ooh.
and the jelly ray egg. So you should be able to find those if you can. Yeah, and then I think the mountains are not too far from that location. Yeah, so we found bordering the mushroom forest. So, yeah, head towards the mushroom forest. I'm not sure where you are at. That is not the mushroom forest. Where are you at?
Where am I at?
Hang on. Give me a second. Are you at the... You can't be at the Grand Reef. That's like several... Are you? No, you're not there. Where are you? You're not in the blood kelp zone. No, that's not it. Are you at the blood kelp zone? You're not at the bone fields.
Bunch of the blue plant things.
Yeah,
Bumped
that's
into
what I'm trying to locate.
Oh, bone shark. Can you not? Buddy. Ow.
That's pretty much what the aerogel looks like. It's close to that. It's like more of a dark
No, he's
purple.
not. He's not at the right one, because the mushroom ones are the big.
I know, I'm just saying that that's what the gel sacks look like, for the most part. Like, it's just a darker purple, and it with like red, violet,
Yeah.
spores.
Where are you at? I am trying to find your location.
In the middle of nowhere.
Sounds about right.
Hmm. Well, alright, well. Okay, so we're trying to get to the mushroom forest. Because then you can get to the mountains easier that way. Because the mountains is the best place to find the gel sack. It has the highest spawn for them, so. Okay, I found the location. You're not far from the mushroom forest. You're in the bolt zone. What a name. Okay, so it is, where's the location? It is bordering the northeastern mushroom forest. So I guess head south?
Bone sharks are having a time.
Where is it in location 2?
Warning, maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
Go lower than 300 meters.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm trying to get back to my base so I can get that sea shark upgrade. I finally got the items I needed. And then I also need to look at what it needs to take to build the prawn suit.
Try heading roughly northeast to see if you can find the mushroom forest, because it's not telling me what in what direction is it from that.
Oh, hey, a ruby.
Warning,
Approximately like northeast. Yeah, you're gonna need the rubies to make the gel arrow gel.
Yoink.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Hopefully that bone shark's gonna come for you.
Sounds about right.
Warning, maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
Trying to see if I can go right along the edge of 300 meters.
Don't know if I don't think you need to go deeper because the mushroom forest is relatively close to the surface.
Right, so this is definitely not.
Yeah, it doesn't go deeper than 250 meters.
Oh, hey, alien structure.
Nice.
Bone sharks, I swear. Better not destroy my sea moth while I'm down here. I'm not gonna question that one.
Self-care time.
Oh?
Just
Hi.
a random. Just. I'm not gonna question it. Oh. Oh, okay, I understand.
Hi. Yeah, they could still apparently attack you even though they're
I'm gonna just leave that there and stretch as just stares at me. That's just rude. That's just rude.
This is that screenshot of like perfectly timed moments, a moment before disaster.
I need to drink. I need to drink water, both out of game and in game.
Mood.
I have food already.
Mood.
Go, Bone Shark. Get out of here. Go home.
Please leave. Please go back outside. Back where you are supposed to be. Stop defying gravity.
There's still a second one in here.
I know! That's so stupid. Why are there two? Oh, I don't think he's getting out.
Yeah. Well, I
Buddy?
guess I'll smack him. Oh, he's dead.
Scan him.
I think I've already scanned one. Yeah. Ow. Oh.
Yeah, they're
Is-
not too hard to kill, I think.
His buddy came back for vengeance.
Maximum depth reached. Hull damage
Oh, hello.
imminent.
Oh, wait a second. Ooh. Did it go down? What happened to it? Either it's me or it's...
I think it's you.
No, it wasn't me.
What happened?
This is gonna be a long. This is gonna be a long way back.
Phew!
Oh no. No, no, no.
How much? There were batteries in there.
Yeah.
Oh well. Well, time to see what's in here.
Yeah, that's probably your best bet. There might be a portal in here that'll take you back to the island or something.
Oh,
That'll
stinky.
probably be your best bet. There is still that one bone shark, just...
There.
I don't remember if
Portal.
you get more information if you can scan them alive or not. Because I know there's like a lot of information you can get on the fauna.
Well, this is gonna be a long trip back.
Mm-hmm. Because you don't have an ion cube for this.
Nope.
Seek fluid.
R.I.P. You could die and just teleport back. But you would also lose your items.
This is gonna be interesting.
Yeah. It's so pretty. Is it sunset or sunrise? Can't tell, don't know.
It's good. All good. Daytime.
It's daylight. There is light.
Just going to hold W and that'll be that.
Fair?
Fair.
That just reminds. What happens to the upgrade when the Seamoth dies?
It gets destroyed. It does. You don't get it back.
All right. Where am I
So
gonna
it's
find a
definitely-
second one?
Yep.
Oh, goodbye.
I do think they are something that you can craft and make. So. But now you have it.
Oh, did your Seamoth die?
Yes.
Or
It got
Oof.
pushed. It got pushed slightly under 300 meters.
And it
Oof.
kept getting damaged. And went to boom.
No, get yeah. Ooh.
Seek fluid intake immediately. Welcome aboard, Captain. Vital signs stabilizing. Seek fluid intake.
No fluid. Second.
Vital signs stabilizing.
2. I've done. Swim in my base.
Oh dear.
Water first.
Yes.
A new sea bomb.
Yay!
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Question is, where am I gonna find another one of those deep diving upgrades?
You should be able to make them in that.
Ooh,
In the upgrade station. I do believe you should be able to make them there.
all right.
Yeah, in the modifications station.
Yeah.
Got it.
That
Got it.
module. Yeah. Was it glass and something else?
Yeah, titanium rods or ingots.
Yeah, so you need 5 titanium.
In this game, it's 10.
Oh, is it really? Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm. Well, go scan wreckage.
It's okay.
Go scan everything. You get titanium that way.
A lot of titanium.
Mm-hmm.
As well as things that you've already, like,
If you've
scanned.
already unlocked blueprints, if you scan fragments, they give you titanium.
Yeah. Yeah. You
Or
you
just
okay
go
there?
outside your base.
You okay there, Gary Fish? He's not he's like a fly in a room. Come here, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Come here, buddy.
You got a new friend in your base. It's like, hi, don't mind me. I'll just be flying around inside your base.
Big fun quartz again. Oh, that's 2 glass. A guess game.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I was looking over to my stream stuff, and I saw red. Got spooked.
Whoa.
Oof.
Number 2. Finding aerogel.
Hell yeah.
Fair.
Ah, it's dark out.
Systems online.
Yeah. Because I think we're trying to get to the mushroom forest so that you can get to the mountains, which is where you can find gel sacks. And you were... I wish I could find the map, because I know there's like a map that shows everything. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know if it's on the wiki. It should be on the wiki, but... Okay. Here we go. Okay, so safe, shallows. Okay, so it's... What we are looking for is... northeastern mushroom
Passing
forest.
100 meters.
So we're gonna have to go northeast from the location of your base. Going through the kelp forest, which I just think I saw you in. Because you weren't in the glassy or the grassy plateau, so... Nice.
Oh, Biter, can you stop slapping into my sea moth, please? Alright.
So, let me see where you're at. I would just start piloting and smack the fish. Alright. So... I think they're in the plateaus right now, so... As long as you stay going northeast, you should hit the mountains.
Northeast.
Stay like approximately going in that direction.
It's down there.
Probably not someplace you want to go yet.
Maybe.
Oh wait, I think I know where that is. I think that's the you don't want to go down there yet.
All right.
But I do think I know where that goes. Big old and nope.
Okay.
Put it that way. It's a big old nope area. Not yet, anyway. Just not yet.
Yeah.
I think that's the jelly shroom forest, I think, is down there, and the giant mushroom things down there have a very angry predator that will pop out at you from them.
Right. Understandable.
Yeah, I also think it's deeper than the Seamoth can go currently, until you get the depth modules.
All right.
Or the upgraded depth module, I'll say. Alright, so keep heading northeast. You should reach... should reach the kelp forest.
Might have passed the kelp forest.
Well, if you pass the kelp forest, then you'd be in the mountains, which looks like you are there. Because, well, these look like mountains, to say the least.
Further
Okay,
down.
yeah, you're bordering it because those are the underwater islands right there. So you're at one of the edges of the mountains.
I go this way.
No, you don't want to go deeper. You're just in the area. The mountains are close to the surface. You're pretty much in them right now.
Right.
Ooh.
You don't want to travel too much farther or you're going to reach the dead zone.
Ooh.
And you don't want to go into the dead zone.
That would be fun.
It's scary. Oh, well. You're at the edge of the mountains because there's the blood kelp zone right there. So you can just turn around now.
Let's see.
Oh.
What would I
it's
slam
getting
into?
dark. Oh, it's getting dark. This area gives me anxiety because there's so many big drop-offs
Yes.
and they scare me. So I do know that the mountains and the blood kelp zone should be where you get gel sacks. Let me go back and look at that.
Sweet, I now have a prawn suit.
Nice.
So
Which is... That will be so useful.
so there's the mountain. And yes, the mountains have... Yep, you can get gel sacks from the mountains. I don't know where or what you're looking for exactly, except for the gel sacks being little bulbs with purple, like greenish bulbs with like purple on them. Like little purple glowing spots on them.
Got it. Definitely don't want to keep going in that direction. Definitely not northwest.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think if you go northwest, you'll start heading over into other spots. I do think... Okay, yeah. The gel sacks are there. You can get them in the blood kelp zone too, which was the area that we saw there. But the blood kelp zone scares me because you can sometimes randomly get into the Lost River there, and you do not need to be in the Lost River right now. We'll put it that way.
That would be something.
It would be terrifying.
100 meters. Oxygen efficiency
Yeah,
decreased.
because you're in the blood kelp zone right now.
Passing 200 meters.
Now, you can find a lot of gel sacks there, and you can get the blood oil, which I think is something you need later. But probably would be good to get now. Yeah, those.
Deep room.
Nice.
Blueprint acquired.
Oh, they're big.
And I think, yeah, the blood oil is like something you can use later for crafting. Takes up a lot of space, but I think they're like super useful for something that you'll need later. Do you know gel sacks can be found around here? Quartz is super useful. I know you can find the amp eel egg here, which is cool.
Ooh.
You can find quartz, ruby, granite, magnetite, and lithium around here. And gold! And diamond. You'll be looking for, I don't know where you find, I don't know where specifically you find the gel sacks. I just think they randomly spawn around here. I don't know.
I
if there's
think
like
it's
I don't know if it's going to be on these like rocks. No, that's Kara.
it should be deep. It's going to be very deep. I know that for sure.
I don't think it's super deep.
Not that deep, but like it's pretty like further down for
Because you
sure.
can get them in the mountain areas as well, and the mountain areas is pretty much close to the surface. I just forget where in the blood kelp zone you get gel sacks. I know in the mountain area, I know it's just randomly strewn about. There's no specific place. But because you see now you're by the floating islands, so
Yeah.
I'd say probably stay close to the blood kelp zone. Go over to the mountains, I think, and stay in that area. I think you should be able to find the gel sacks. I can't be for certain though, because I know the mountains are this area that you're heading towards right now. But
More ruby.
I think you have enough for it, but I'd get it if you can. Oh, here comes the bone shark. Oh lord, he coming.
Always getting harassed by bone sharks.
Oh lord, he coming. Yeah, it might be closer towards the bottom of these that you get the gel sack. Might have to look around a little. I'm seeing mostly the blood oil, of course, but I do think the gel sacks are around here. Your primary thing is looking for purple. Yeah, because like they're green with purple glowy bits on them.
Sea moth.
And they're just
Hey.
bones.
They right here.
100 meters. Oxygen efficiency greatly decreased.
I wouldn't go too deep from here, because I do think as you go deeper, that's where you get to the Lost River, and Lost River is not the place you want to be right now.
Perhaps.
Yeah, try not to go too deep. It shouldn't be that deep, though. I don't think gel sacks were never this hard to find before. Why are they being difficult now?
Green.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Pick up some uranium, you know?
Let's see. Why is the gel sack categorized as food?
Because you can eat the gel sacks. You can eat.
Yeah. Can also be used to craft aerogel. Yes, I'm aware.
Hey, look at you. I
Usually
only
found
saw it.
fresh from the walls of deep caves.
I only saw it because the foliage didn't load in.
Acquired.
I found one.
Interesting, yeah. Okay. By your luck, by the way Subnautica works, you find one, then you should be able to find more.
There you go.
The
Yee.
way it works is that once you find one, suddenly they all start appearing.
That would be fantastic.
Yeah, it just says that they can be found on the walls of caves. So I just imagine that they just form on the walls. They just spawn there. Oh boy! This will be fun. It's gonna be an Easter egg hunt.
Shall see.
I don't know how many you need to make aerogel, and I don't know how much aerogel you needed.
See, I think if I had gotten that, it should have given me the recipe, maybe? Perhaps yes. I need 1 gel sack and 1 ruby for aerogel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
Oh, right in front of you.
yeah.
There's 2 down there.
Need to get rid of some mushroom.
Won't need those, just grab these. Alright, they seem to be consistently by those plants. By the grass. So I guess maybe take note of that. They seem to be consistently by those.
Yeah.
So. Those are probably the spots where they spawn in.
What was it that I wanted? This. I don't even know what I wanted
don't
to
know.
make with it.
I mean, the prawn suit would be the best thing to make. Because it can go... It's the one vehicle that can go the deepest, I believe.
Yeah, once you upgrade it.
Yeah, it goes the deepest.
Got
so,
it.
it's the best one to take, because you're going to need it to navigate everything. Also, it's great because it has the drill arm, and you can just, every single time a creature comes near you, just smack them with the drill arm.
Yep.
I just
And
need...
they'll go.
I now just need, stalker teeth.
I think the easiest way is to feed them peepers, because sometimes they'll drop the teeth.
Alright.
So probably just go head back over to the creep vine forest, because that's where they usually are, is by the creep vine and the kelp forest.
Start picking up fish. Got it.
Yep, need fish.
Fish.
Need fish.
Fish. Okay. Better way.
So you can save one of the gel sacks and grow them in one of the grow beds, and it'll produce more and more.
Ooh. Ooh.
So yeah, definitely save one of them and make grow bed and put that in there. Yeah, it says that they're used for a lot of several high-end recipes, and the plants are fairly rare outside of the deeper regions. So it is good to have them on the grow bed. That's what makes them really great for food and water, is they do not spoil in the inventory.
Nope.
They don't provide much individually, but because they can occupy a small spot and provide both food and water, they're really great for that. So that's helpful.
Massive. Another side.
Those are some interesting bugs. Because the wiki has like bugs that it'll explain about different items and things like. So bugs with the gel sac. Sometimes there's sometimes a bug where upon eating a gel sac that has been in a grow bed, it will become a ghost item, and although it takes up inventory space, cannot be interacted with. To solve this, save and reload your game, craft it into aerogel, or die to reset your inventory to a previous stage. If a gel sac grown from a grow bed is knifed, it will split into 4 separate gel sacs that cannot be interacted with. Reload your game to fix this. What a funky bug.
Interesting.
I think since then it has been mostly fixed so that bug doesn't occur too often, but good to know in case, right?
Right. And if anything, you can always report it.
Yep.
Assume I have to make a grow bed on the outside, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it has to be an exterior
Yeah, it has to be the
grow
exterior.
bed.
Got it.
The interior one is for all the stuff that's up on the islands. So like the fruits and veggies and trees and stuff like that. But I think exterior grow bed is for underwater. So I would make a platform, like a foundation, and then grow it there. Because I don't think you can place it on the. I don't think you can. You can. Weird.
Yeah. I'll still make a platform though.
Yeah, it'll probably look nicer first and foremost, but then also it's just you can make sure that it's out of the way too. Especially in case you want to build
Vital
on.
signs stabilizing.
Oh god, the lag.
It happens.
Nom 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 nom.
I need lead. Do I need one of these? Ooh, glass. Right.
Remember to hydrate.
Yeah.
E.
Seek fluid intake.
Alright, I need to go get my creepvine cluster.
I'm gonna put. This is a good spot. Ooh.
Farming alien plants is a proven survival strategy. Craig McGill survived 47 months on a healthy, raw salad of live tree roaches and staggery.
I had to knife one of the gels, right? To get the seed.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Hopefully. Alright, fantastic. No, buddy, pal. I haven't planted anything yet.
Can you chill, buddy?
Like, this shall be mine.
Grab a peeper and try to feed that stalker.
Hey.
Hold the fish.
I
Hold the
understand.
fish out. There you go. Good boy. Now he won't attack you for a span of time. He also might bring you scrap. There he
Another.
goes.
You want another one, stalker? No, that's alright.
Yeah, but now that one won't attack you for a period of time. And this makes it very easy to scan them. When you do that. That's how I would do it, to scan them. Unless I'm feeling chaotic and I'm like, I'm gonna scan it before I even know what it is.
Vital signs
I
stabilizing.
think I'd already scanned it the other day.
Fair enough.
Where'd Buddy go? I lost him. Stalker, I need one of your teeth, please. Give me tooth.
I think when they go to grab scrap, their teeth can fall off sometimes. So you gotta just hang around them.
Apparently I didn't scan the stalker. That's fine though. Vibe with the stalker until he decides to do something. Oh.
Sometimes you can just find the teeth on the ground, though. In this area where they are. Oh, there he goes. He's picked up one. There you
look at
go.
that. There's another one. Are you gonna pick more stuff up? All right, fantastic. Let's see. Will this bug it out again? Yes, it will. Oh, that's funny. That's interesting.
If you're near it.
Nah, this is
Welcome
other
aboard,
bug.
Captain.
Hooray.
Just another bug. Found the ability to swim inside.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Swim in the air.
Alright. I don't need to make another move, right?
I don't think so. You can if you want to have a separate one for the prawn suit, but I think one should be fine. You
Alright.
can't charge both of them at the same time, but I think one will be fine. But also, the moon pool does take up a lot of hull integrity, so I would recommend putting a couple more reinforcements up before attaching it.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Yes.
Yeah, because... Oof.
Yeah, I found out the hard way, or should say, like, I remember the hard way.
Yeah.
But that was an easy fix. It just took a while because I had no income for titanium at that time.
You found another bug?
Yeah. It's great.
I love how funny the game is.
Oh yeah, mine does that too. Where you're just like, as soon as you go up the ladder or down the ladder, it's just like, you either go back down the ladder or up the ladder. It's like, yes, game, thank you, that's, I'm... Thank you.
It wouldn't let him into their own base. Oh. I love this game so much. For all its bugginess and brokenness.
Right, that's that. Got that. That. Have more lead.
Ah, there you are. Enter sea truck, please. Oh shit.
I have one diamond. Let's go find diamond.
I think diamond can be found in a lot of places. Oh, I don't remember where the most abundant location is at, but let's look it up.
Right.
Let me see if I can find it, because I certainly don't remember.
Flabberfish.
Blubber.
I'm in need of water. Speaking of which, I'm still probably infected. Aha, yes.
Yeah.
No, I don't need a flare.
Yeah, diamond can be found just about anywhere. Because you can find it in everywhere. You can find it in the mountains, mountain caves, mountain islands, the islands. Grand Reef, Crash Zone, everywhere. You can find it everywhere. Oh, it can. So you can find it either just out, or you can find it from shale outcrops. So keep that in mind. So if you find a shale outcrop, you can probably get diamond from that.
All right.
So, yeah. Yeah, so it can be found in raw form in the seabed, or it can be found in shale outcrops. To obtain large quantities of diamond, it is recommended to go to the Sea Trutter's Path and break the shale outcrops that the Sea Trutter Leviathans reveal using the mountain island, or visit the mountain island and its caves, or the mushroom forest and or jelly shroom cave, which you can find shale outcrops there. So you're going to be looking for shale mostly, and then diamond should be found in them.
Yeah.
Cool. A lot of uses, so very abundant.
Ooh.
Stupid biters. Oof.
Yeah. Bonked. I assume that right down there,
Yeah.
right down in there, I can't go down there yet. Could definitely take a peek though.
Yep. That should be the, yeah, that's the jelly shroom cave. Which is fun. It is... Oh, it's so pretty, but...
Look at all the
Yeah.
long boys.
Yeah, the long boys that scare the flock out of me because they can just jump you because they hide in the mushrooms.
That is fantastic.
Yeah, and they
The
just
conditions
jump
and
out,
escape
jump
support
in,
a
and
microcosm of unique,
oi.
possibly predatory
I love
life
them. They're a
forms.
really cool creature design,
Detecting an
but
artificial structure somewhere in the
hard help, I would be terrified. This were my words. See, they all disappeared and just hopped into the shrooms. And they will attack.
It's the fun part. They will attack.
Diamond can be found in shale outcroppings, so you're gonna have to look for little weird lumps on the walls and on the floor, the seabed. You can also find the seabed as like raw forms of it. So
That's gold.
yeah, that might
Or diamond.
I think it's a shale outcropping right there on the ground. Yeah. Okay, so you get copper or diamond. This is gonna be fun. There you go.
Alright, cool. Got
Hey,
the
copper's
one
pretty
diamond.
useful. Copper's pretty useful anyway. You are gonna need that.
Yeah.
So, guess it's get a little extra too. Oh, I love that biome, but also I'm terrified of it. If I ever found a biome like that IRL, if there's a place like that in real life, I would want to visit it, but also be terrified of it.
I mean, considering that we haven't explored the ocean and to its entirety, there is a possibility that there is.
Yeah, we know less about the ocean than we do about space. That will always forever be something like, yeah, the ocean's freaking terrifying because we know more about space than the ocean.
Yes.
We have discovered more things in space than we have our own ocean. That's why we're terrified of it. the one place on our entire planet that we have not a single clue how to deal with. And it makes up a majority of our planet.
Yep. Diamond.
Humans being the intelligent alpha species, my ass. There is some in the ocean that we are so terrified of that we won't set foot in it for any longer than a little while and stay very close to the shores.
Yeah. Okay.
Ka-dunk.
The ocean's great. It's very pretty, but Lord. One of my favorite things is giant sea monsters. It's one of my favorite things in existence because it's like, it's completely plausible. It is a completely plausible thing to have gigantic sea creatures that we have never seen. Because the only giant sea life that we've seen is, you know, the stuff that stays relatively close to the surface, which are whales and stuff. But, the prawn suit.
They've acquired prawn suit.
Yeah, and this, you'll have to take, I think you'll have to take the sea moth out of the moon pool to put the prawn suit in there to do upgrades. But that shouldn't be too difficult. You just park the prawn suit there, just take the sea moth out.
Systems online.
Out with the sea moth, in with the prawn suit.
Sea moth great for surface traveling long distances without having to worry about oxygen and stuff. But prawn suit best.
Oh, I see that the lights are on. Yo. Prawn suit.
I get to explore land for the first time.
Yay.
Punch. Punch.
I need to go back to my base again to go get my coffee so I can explore land without instantly dying of hypothermia.
Right. Alright.
Man.
So could make another moon pool, but I wouldn't, not just yet. But yeah, you'll need the deck module. I think for the prawn suit, and then I think for one of the arm attachments, always have the drill arm and then the grapple arm, I believe.
Yes,
Are the
because
two
you
best.
never know when you're gonna come across a huge deposit
And
of
it's
ore.
super helpful to have it. Plus, the drill arm is what you can use to damage creatures that are attacking.
Yes,
Got it.
super useful.
I need to find the upgrade for that then.
I think you make it.
All I
Yes,
see is the torpedo arm.
you have to find the blueprint.
I think it's the. Is it below? Okay, no, that's the torpedo. Yeah, I think you need to find the blueprint. Let me see where those blueprints are.
On a ship somewhere.
Yeah, I know it's in one of the wreckages, but let me see which ones.
Welcome aboard, Captain. Just sounds so sarcastic when they...
Okay. Okay, so it's found in the Blood Kelp Trench wreck, the Dunes wreck, Grand Reef wreck, and Underwater Islands wreck.
Hmm.
Okay.
Is the modification station different from the upgrade station?
I don't know. I think it is. I think the upgrade station is where you take the mods and then you can upgrade them to be better.
I feel like I should find that first.
Yes. So we'll get that. Okay. Yes, it can be. So we're looking for the vehicle upgrade console, and then you have the You are the modification station, right?
No, I have the vehicle upgrade
Okay, so
console.
we are getting the modification station. Okay. Alright. So let's... Okay, so... Acquired from fragments. It does not tell me... Okay, there we go. So it can be found along the seabed. You can find it in the crag field, mushroom forest, and sparse reef. Or you can find it in the wrecks located in the bulb zone, grassy plateaus, mountains, northwestern mushroom forest, and sparse reef. Interesting.
I love that the wiki is basically telling me, hey, go find the mushrooms.
Right.
Time for shrooms.
Yeah, it's always just to the mushroom forest. It's like everything is in the mushroom forest. Oh.
Alright.
Oh, that's lovely. It shows images of the actual fragments. That's quite helpful. So one is an intact fragment. One is like completely cut in half. And one of them is just a corner.
Yeet.
Amazing.
The hilarity of those fragments being that.
Okay. Now I can go over
Alright, so you
something.
find it. I think the crag fields are the closest to you.
Ooh, what are the crag fields?
Let me pull up the map again. This is fun. We're just here having a fucking search. Okay, so you're at base right now. You're in the safe shallows. So the crag fields are south of you. The mushroom forest is actually probably going to be the closest, and that is northwest, or not northwest, northeast. You'll pass the grassy plateaus that way.
Plateaus?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Honestly, the other two are about the same distance away. The crag fields are about the same distance away. You just pass through the kelp forest to the south, or you can go southwest and go to the sparse reef.
Going northeast.
Okay, 2 mushroom forests then. And that's where you can find it. And if you go over into the bulb zone, the area with the big round blue mushroom thingies, there should be a wreck there that has one of the fragments.
Ah. Alright.
That's the bioreactor. Might as well get the titanium for that. Okay, so you're at the kelp beds right now. So you found one of the wreckages there. There might be one of them by that wreckage. If you haven't searched it already.
Well, I have not.
Yeah.
Go back to it.
Yeah. You can search around that wreck and see if there's one there. Because it might be somewhere around, inside the wreck, if you can get in anywhere. I think I saw an opening on that end.
And sesame. Well, I'm gonna be here for a bit. As I laser cut through this door.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody
I
home?
understand that IRL, this is about as long as it would take to, like, weld through a door.
Integrating new PDA data.
But also... PDA. Ooh, the grab trap! That is actually can be a little bit helpful for catching fish and stuff.
Nice. Oh, there's actually an entrance on the side. I didn't have to cut through the door.
Right. Trust me. Okay, another Stasis rifle.
Yo, a bench. Let's go.
Another grab trap fragment. It's cool you get the grab trap.
Well, that's that.
Another stasis rifle. Might as well take the titanium for it. Alright, it doesn't look like...
If there was anything in there.
Alright, so it wasn't in that wreck. So at least we cleared one of the wrecks from the kelp forest. Okay, so we got at least one of the wrecks from the kelp forest. I know there's a few.
Search.
Yeah. So pretty much you're just gonna have to search all the wrecks and see if you can find any... You might be able to find other stuff you're gonna need later too anyway, so it's not too bad. Was that just a box down over there?
Probably.
Okay. Because I know the upgrade station, or the mod station, is a box. So sometimes one of the fragments could be, but I think that was just one of the cargo boxes. I think there's orange on the modification station based off the image, so...
Vehicle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that appears to be... Mobile vehicle bay fragment. Okay, that's not what you need. Alright, I'd say continue heading roughly northeast. We can probably get to the mushroom forest. A little towards east more. Because I know directly east you're just gonna head towards the crash zone. But a little bit like northeast you'll find the mushroom forest.
Ooh, that'll be super useful. That was so delayed.
Was this mountain?
Can't already be at the mountains. Did you just like skip past the mushrooms? I think you just skipped past the mushrooms.
Whoops.
Oops. Because I think you're at the mountains now. Well, you can find, it says you can find it there too, so. If you can find one of the wrecks around the area. Oh boy.
Let's see.
Quit smacking in the wall!
Happens. Where's this?
We don't need to blow up
island?
this sea moth either.
I think this is the I think this is the island that the gun is at.
Gun?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the
This-
first island.
Yes.
The base island is what it's referred to as, the alien base island, or the precursor island.
Oh,
Okay,
hey
so-
there, buddy. Look at him. Look at him. He's just vibing.
Oh dear.
Oh, he's angry. Is he angry? Let's see. No, he's just.
Do not go near the warper. They can warp you out of the vehicle.
Oh no, not that guy.
Oh! Hi, Reaper! I didn't see you. I saw the warper first. Hey, buddy! I think he's taken notice of the warper.
Yeah, he's definitely angry at something.
Oh boy.
All right.
Right now I have the actual Twitch stream muted, so I don't get to hear any of the game sounds right now. But I love the sound design of the Reapers. They sound terrifying.
E.
He's just
And
going
to
in
just hear
circles.
that sound from a distance is just like, no.
I'm very distracted watching it go around in circles. Anyways, let's see. Gonna head back this way. Back at the kelp.
Jesus. Yes, thank you. That's what I needed.
Huh?
I got a new blueprint, and it just came out of nowhere. I wasn't prepared for it.
Ah, fair. Fun.
That is a massive ore vein.
Let's find some more Rex. Whoop. Seamoth went flying for a second there.
Yeah. I like to just jump.
Yeah, the breaching and just wee. It's fun.
Yes.
Right. Ooh, finally some magnetite.
Dude, that is what is the most like rare thing to find in the first game and the second. This stuff is hard to find.
Yeah, you find it in a special
I think
place.
in the first game you can only get it in the deeper regions. Close to the lava area. So that's fun. This is only the surface map, isn't it?
Okay.
Oh, that's a way more helpful map. Okay.
Passing 100
Oh, okay. That's probably why we're not finding it.
Why?
Welcome aboard.
We're going in the wrong direction. The mod station wreck is to the west.
Ah. All right.
Oops.
Cool. I found a better map. It has everything labeled.
Nice.
The other one was just showing me locations, and I was like going back and forth between the wiki and that, but let's go with this map instead.
Ooh.
It tells you where everything is. Oh,
I don't
thank
think
God.
I've been in here.
Try it. I'm not sure where you're at, but there's probably something at least useful in here, because all the wrecks have something that you need. Or have at least something you can unlock.
Laser cutter.
Yeah, you'll have to cut that door.
Oh no. It ran out of battery.
Oh. I do think you can, yeah, you should, unless you have that item already, probably scan it for stuff.
No.
Light speak.
Anybody in here?
Maybe.
Mobile vehicle bay. Oh, battery charger. Haha, I need that.
Yeah, there's one of them.
New blueprint acquired. Seconds.
Oh, get some oxygen, and then probably laser cutter that door open.
Cannot get to the door. Oh no, this door.
Seek fluid intake.
No, I don't want to seek fluid intake.
I don't know if that door you can open or not. I think it's just like a thing.
Battery. I can charge my batteries now.
New blueprint acquired.
Ooh, modification station.
Yeah, that's one of the fragments that you're gonna need to
100
scan.
meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
Oh hey, I found a water bottle.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Yay! So helpful.
I mean, it is helpful because they
Absolutely.
are being attacked by seek fluid intake.
Constantly.
I know that feeling all too well.
Yay.
There's a
Okay, so
bunch
you
of
actually might be in the area, because I think you're in the modification rack. Yeah, mod station rack, that's where you're at. So you are currently in the crags. Or no, the grassy plateaus, that's where you're at. You are on the west grassy plateau. How did you get there? Well, you were going northeast. You were going in the opposite direction of this.
Distraction.
Yeah, I got
How did you
distracted.
get there?
I got
You know what?
distracted.
I won't question it. We got where we needed to go. Did we know how we got there? No.
I have modification station. I need one more piece.
Okay. It might be around there, or you can go north to the underwater islands, and there's what is being referred to as the wreck of many things.
Nice.
Me.
I'm enjoying that name. I think that's the largest wreck, I think. What does ×2 cuddle mean? Is that... What area is that? What is this? Alright, whatever. I don't know what that is.
Thumper. That's an interesting name. The heck does that do?
30 seconds.
Alright. Is it straight north?
Thumps things. What a description.
Yeah, it says that it's straight north from the spawn.
Ooh, from spawn? Okay.
Yeah, from
Let
spawn.
me head back to spawn.
Yeah, that'd probably be the best thing. Plus, you can drop off stuff to clear up your inventory.
Yeah. Which is just a bunch of titanium.
Yeah, you'll need that. make a locker or two and shove everything in there.
Oh yeah, and pick up a couple batteries. Actually, what does it take to make the battery charger? Silver and copper. Fantastic.
Area that's just referred to as shrooms is very funny to me.
Yep.
This is just an area that's just referred to as shrooms, and it's in all caps. Whoever made this map definitely had a very good sense of humor. Because that is very funny.
Right. Note to self. Move prawn suit further. Alright, cool.
Yep. Nope. I'm out of here.
Battery. Cool. Time to find more blabberfish.
Nope. Go check the nest for sulfur, because you'll need that.
Probably, yeah.
Oh, hey, it's one of those.
Blabberfish. I know, they're probably not called blabberfish, but that's how I've been saying them. Pretty sure they're called bladderfish.
Yeah, they're actually called bladderfish, as like B, but I think it's funny. It sounds funny enough. I'm just like, nah, this is fine.
The blabberfish. Alright.
Very
cool.
talkative fish.
game. I'm old.
Vital signs stabilizing.
All systems online.
All right. Time to head straight north.
Yep, it just says it's pretty much straight north.
Can't get. I've not scanned one of the big boys. No, I have. Is it that I'm looking for again?
A wreck.
All right.
Large wreck. So just north. I think it says it's all the way up in the underwater island, so it's pretty far up there. So
I
we
swear,
should-
bone sharks. Bone sharks are being rude.
Right.
Are they on the islands or
So-
below the island?
It should be around. I think it should be on the ground or towards the lower area, but yeah, it should be around
I
this
assume
area.
it's this.
It's the big wreck. Yeah.
100
Can you?
meters.
Hey, guys. Bone sharks. Leave my sea moth alone.
I'd start stabbing them. Yep.
So,
There you go. Now they're running away.
why you guys gotta be so rude?
I
You know
don't
how many?
I
Do you
think it's somewhere in their
Bone shark, do you know how long it took me to build that?
stabby. Time to get stabby.
Wow. Rest in peace, yet another sea moth.
Yep. Alright, well, you have found the wreck. I would start searching.
Need to be very careful too.
Yeah, because without the sea moth, you don't have immediate oxygen.
The Cyclops engine, yes.
New blueprint acquired.
Cyclops is going to be
Ooh,
great.
drill
you
hard.
can't take Cyclops. Yeah, I think also that's something I need. Yee! You're gonna need those fragments because that should give you the blueprints for them. You just need one more. I think it might be in the other wreck. There's one more wreck in the mountains, so that might be where it is.
Ooh, open faster, please.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we understand 30 seconds of oxygen remaining. We understand. We're gunning it for the wee.
Passing 100 meters.
That was a bit of a fun thing of just wee. Temporary flight.
Yeah, another Cyclops engine part, but I already have it. Why not?
Yeah.
Ocean arm.
I think that's another upgrade you could probably use. It's not the best one, but it is the one that I think you can grab small creatures or small items and then launch them. And it can be really useful for getting things to go away from you. But it doesn't help with the bigger. It doesn't help with the bigger ones. It doesn't do anything. You can throw something at something and it's gonna just be like, what? And then attack you.
I have to come back with the sea moth.
Yeah.
Ooh, I don't have enough time to explore that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oof. Time to head back and get the sea moth.
Yeah, time to build yet another one. Because the bone sharks are a little bitey today.
Yeah, they're just little assholes.
Oh well. That's how it be.
I remember when there used to be a bug for the batteries that if you take them out before they reach 0, they will suddenly go back to 100.
Oh.
But I'm pretty sure that bug got fixed. But I remember when that used to be a thing, and so people would just do that. But that was an early bug. Man, I miss that. It's fun exploiting the hell out of that. Probably also need to make another battery for it.
Probably. Okay.
Also need to make the battery charger.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Which I need silver for. I have the copper. Well, since the sea moth isn't here, put this right back here. I have to make a third depth mod.
Mm-hmm. So fun.
Very fun. Oh, I have the copper. Need the silver.
Oh boy, silver.
Yeah.
That's the one thing, huh? It's the thing that you need for everything. Oh boy.
Pick up. So. Lead. Yoink. My third sea moth.
Fair.
Should not have happened, but bone sharks are just assholes.
Yeah. The battery charge. Or start making it at least.
Good thing I have my laser cutter.
Alright. Time to do a thing where I head north again with my third sea moth. Man, the bone sharks really do not like the sea moth.
Yeah.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
Bunch of them here. Oh god. I know exactly what I need. Yeah, defensive mod. Maybe it'll stop. Maybe it'll stop them from biting, at least for a bit.
Right. I'll be right back.
All right.
Okay.
That one. I do not know how to make that. Still need silver though.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased. Integrating new PDA data.
Ship to go.
Hmm?
This ship is on. This part is on its side.
Ah,
Really wonky to go through.
Yep.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased. 30 seconds.
Yes, wonderful. That is so helpful.
Very helpful. I want to continue. I want to continue exploring that, but man, is it breaking my brain.
Right.
Bunch of battery fragments.
Mm-hmm.
A picture frame.
Nice.
New blueprint acquired.
I am back.
Welcome back.
E.
charge batteries.
Yay!
That is a very, very key thing to have in this game. It is so
Mhm.
useful.
Right.
Tell.
I am going to be right back.
All
It'll
right.
take me like probably actually about 10 minutes because I have to go wash the grapes, and that doesn't take too long, but it'll take a bit.
Sure.
But, I want snacks.
Mood, I
So
just
I
did the
gotta-
same thing.
Right, I just gotta go get that. So
Get yourself
I
a
will be
snack.
back in a bit. Boop.
Hi, hello, Mr. Jellyfish. Do you mind not getting in my face?
Welcome aboard. All systems online.
should be self-safe.
Yee.
I have no energy. No power.
Rip.
That's fine. It makes sense. It's nighttime.
You need that bioreactor.
Probably.
Powered by fish and plants. So it takes a while for it to run out.
That's good. 3 titanium. I still need more silver. Silver.
Hello.
Hello, friends.
Hi. Welcome.
How are you guys?
Just swimming in different oceans.
I feel that.
Yeep.
I want to swim in the Mariana Trench without getting crushed.
Oh my god. Being surrounded by jellyfish. I was just like, what the hell is making all that loud, obnoxious noise? And then I realized I'm being surrounded by, like, not 1, not 2, but 3 jellyfish, and they are loud. It is super
All
dark.
systems online.
I will be right back. I'm going to see if I can find some soup.
E.
Right.
All systems online.
Guess who found some soup?
Nice. Welcome back.
Hello. God, I love soup. It's so good. There's a pot.
Alright, bone sharks. Round 3.
What are you playing?
Subnautica.
Oh.
And I'm playing the sequel.
I haven't played any of them, but it looks really fun.
Oh, it is. It is so much fun.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
I apologize. You will probably hear the water running.
Passing
Water
100
ASMR.
meters.
Actually, hang on.
Oxygen efficiency
I
decreased.
have to put away the dishes to wash the dishes, so that I can wash grapes. Wait. Hello, Furball. You have come down here to join me? Unfortunately, you lack thumbs, so you cannot help me.
A baby. A sweet girl. Mama is polydactyl. She has thumbs. She just doesn't know how to use them.
Actually, she doesn't have thumbs, because remember, she has a fused toe.
Oh shit, that's right.
She doesn't have thumbs.
Damn it.
Baby is missing them.
She has thumbs in spirit.
My baby. Yeah.
Sweet girl. I miss her.
Oh, I know. You miss her too? No, you just want food. I know that look. She saw me putting away her food bowl, because we have a separate one for when she gets extra, like, wet food or special food and stuff like that.
Oh,
She saw me put it away, so she think she was gonna get some, and, well, she was not.
what the hell did
She
I
was-
just say?
Not exactly enthused about that.
Oh, poor baby.
Passing 200 meters.
She was just like, but father, you had my bowl. I'm sorry, you can't. You not supposed to be eating too much,
She went.
baby.
Do I
Now the
look
question is, after I wash the grapes, should I make a smoothie? Because I had one this morning for breakfast, but like,
Oh. That's some
should I?
solid was there, my guy.
Right? Smoothies be good. And it's like
yeah.
fucking hot. It was like 80-something degrees outside today, and I'm not exactly enthusiastic about that.
Fair.
Dude,
Oh, I
went
hate
from
hot
being,
weather.
like- it went from being like in the 60s to 70s here in Indy.
We didn't have
Like last
spring.
week.
We didn't have spring. It just went straight from winter to summer.
Yeah, no, literally, like, we had like 60, 70-degree weather, like, for the last 2 weeks. Monday rolls around, and God just dialed it up to like 80 with a, like 70% humidity, if not higher. And
Right? And you know what I'm so mad about? I finally have like a really good camera on my phone. Like I can take like macro pictures with it, right? And we didn't have a spring, and the cherry blossoms were only blooming. The cherry blossoms by my house were only blooming for 2 days, and then they just froze because the temperature went up, so they started blooming, and then it froze and they died.
no, that's awful.
So I didn't even get to take any good pictures of them this year, and I'm so mad.
That's awful.
I have a
do.
good camera, and I didn't even get to take pictures of them.
I've been meaning to go out and harvest the dandelions and the dandelion seeds that are popping up. Because, like, everybody else's yard has, like, a weed killer or something like that. Our yard doesn't, so there's, like, a point where for 2 or 3 weeks it's just yellow because of all of the dandelions.
Nice. Nice.
And I love them. Dandelions make me happy.
Hell yeah. And to wash some dishes. But maybe next year I'll get some good images of the cherry blossoms because they're so pretty when they bloom. Because they're white cherry blossom, so they don't have the pink tone. They have the cute kind of like white yellow. They grow into black cherries basically. And oh, they're so pretty when they bloom, and when the petals start to fall, it's just so pretty. You know, because you've seen them. They're by my house. The ones growing next to the house. You have seen them, and they are so pretty.
Jesus, the TV is live.
What now?
I'm putting on like background music, so like I can keep drawing, and I had already turned the TV down really low, and it wasn't low enough.
Mood.
So screaming at
That is a mood.
oh man, I'm gonna put so much bad news in this.
Right.
I love cheese. Fastest way to my heart, Colby Jack cheese.
Fair enough. I'm Korean, so fastest way to my heart is food. Like I
really like cheese.
I don't have to explain that too much. It's just there you go. Offer me food and you have won me. That's why I'm a fucking goblin. You give me one chicken nugget, I die for you.
You have no idea how excited I am for your mom's bulgogi again.
Oh hell yeah! She told me that at any point in time, if you guys are heading down here, let us know ahead of time. I'm gonna make some.
Well, I know we're gonna be coming down again soon. I just don't remember when. I think it's closer towards the end of this month, if I remember right.
We know like a week ahead. My mom and me will go pick up everything. What else do you want? Because I know you like the radish kimchi. Because the crunch.
I don't know. I've low-key been craving that cold soup that you had me try.
The which one?
The cold soup that you had me try.
Oh, naengmyeon. Yeah. I like naengmyeon because it's just salt. It's salt brine. That's the soup.
The broth and having like the little apple slices and the egg in it, like those are and the noodles. Those are the big contributing factor for me because those have no right to be that good.
That's buckwheat noodle. They have no gluten or starch in them. It's the reason why they taste the way they do. They're rice noodles.
Sounds good. Cool, please do not splash everywhere.
Oh no.
Ow.
Ugh.
Yeah, there's a cottage show that Jacob and I are going to be going to.
Nice.
I think it's Petersville in like Louisville or Shepherdsville or something like that. We were supposed to go to the show that was being held to save Waverly, since apparently for getting torn down. Of all the places to tear down, you're going to tear down Waverly.
That Kentucky or Radcliffe and stuff is going to become a ghost town soon enough. All the stuff that brings people here is starting to go away.
Well, I noticed like the biggest thing was when they opened up Knox to the public. When they did that and they retired the base, everybody left. The military is keeping Radcliffe alive.
They closed the armory school, so now there's no more new soldiers coming in for training. So it's just dying slowly. The town's dying.
So
businesses are leaving.
Radcliffe is turning into Vine Grove.
Mm-hmm.
It makes me sad.
It's just going to be filled with retirees, and it'll just become an aging population of just, that's it. the rest of us are just gonna move away. I don't want to necessarily, but I have a good feeling that I'm probably gonna end up doing so.
Like, I miss Radcliffe, and I miss Vine Grove, I really do. But at this point, there's nothing left. I mean, hell, they finally tore down the Jerry.
Yep. Hello, Furbo.
Day.
Indeed. It was a very sad day.
Oh my god, I think Margarita's burned down, like, what, 2-3 years ago?
Yep. The last time you were here, though, hasn't too much changed, but...
Yeah.
I also still love that there's this constant going around of everyone arguing about what's happening with the lot that they tore down there where the daycare was.
Oh yeah.
And how everyone's going around saying, oh well, it's the like so many people have like all kinds of different things. They're like, oh, it's just that the lot got bought out and it was going to change. It was changing ownership, or oh, the COVID stopped construction. It was like, no, it stopped well before then. I know what happened because I was talking to the construction workers, and they said stuff kept malfunctioning. Like, stuff kept malfunctioning, and they said that the employees were talking about how every single time they would go on break and sit by the edge of the woods, they felt like something was watching them. And then they kept saying that, like, a couple of times throughout the day, some of them would feel like they just got shoved. And it was just like, yeah, you done fucked up. You done pissed off the thing in the woods. And it's because they're building on a lot that basically, I told you about the old man that used to own the property there.
Yeah.
And how he passed away, gave his kids the property, and he refused to sell the property to the state, right? To the city. But his kids ended up selling it. And I remember I used to take walks in there when he was still around, and he would tell me, he's like, there is something in these woods. He's like, I don't know what it is, but it doesn't like people. And he told his kids, do not sell the property to the city. They don't know what they're going to be dealing with. And I'm just waiting for shit to go down because there is something in those woods. Because I've talked to my dad about it, and at first my dad's like skeptical. My dad's a skeptical believer. He believes that stuff exists, but he's just like not the first thing he thinks of.
Yeah.
Which is the same for me. I try to find a logical reason, but I knew because I have walked those woods for years, and there is a section of the woods that's just dead silent. You don't even hear bugs. Like, it's dead silent. And when I am there, I get that feeling of like, I shouldn't be here. And I turn around and walk away. I leave the area. I go right back to where I came from. And it's just like, there is something in that woods. It is. And it's that same spot every single time. It never changes. So it's not like, oh, there was just a predator nearby or something. It's a consistent spot. So I'm like, oh no. Something there and something going to eat these people. I'm gonna feel so bad.
Hell, I mean, like, I remember when the daycare got torn down. It got torn down shortly after we moved there, I think. Like, after my family moved to Kentucky, maybe all of, like, I don't know, anywhere from, like, 5 to 8 months, I think, after we moved there. It was completely torn down. And it's been like that ever since.
Yeah.
Passing 200 meters. Oxygen efficiency greatly decreased.
But yeah, there's just a lot going on around here that's like, it's slowly giving me the hint of like, yeah, this town's dying.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate, because I grew up here, but it kind of happens when it's just an older population. They're all people in charge, and so people just leave. Nobody wants those positions anymore. It's also just, they keep killing off all the things that they don't want there. And that's stuff that's bringing people here. That's why E-Town's getting so much traffic, but, like, E-Town gets a ton of traffic, but it's because there's stuff there. There's the mall, there's, all kinds of different small businesses. the hospital is there and everything. So it's just a little condensed town.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the only reason why people come through Radcliffe, is to get to E-Town. They never want to be here.
I don't even like
They
going.
stop here for gas and food, but that's it. This is a rest stop. This is what this town is slowly becoming. It's just going to become like a rest stop.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's what's going to, you know, the gas stations are going to get the most business, and the restaurants are getting the most business. Everything else is going to start like not being around, because I've seen 2 of the garages close, and it's all like the tiny businesses that are actually going to kind of, it's going to be a give or take depending on what it is. All of the tattoo shops are going to thrive really well because traveling people like to get tattoos to stop in places, so they get a lot of good. Also, it's a lot of veterans running those tattoo shops and working at those tattoo shops, so we have a lot of old veterans. So you get a lot of those. You get a lot of the soldiers and stuff like that getting tattoos and things of that sort. But then
I was surprised to find out that Spider's tattoo got taken over by a different tattooed people.
Yeah, it moved over because there was a disagreement with the original, the main artist. There's a disagreement between the main artist and the owner, and they had a disagreement on how they wanted to do things. So the main artist went over to Artistic Body, and so he's over there now. So that's where Kara tells me to go, because I used to go to Spider. But my piercer is over in Tattoo, over in the mall. She's my piercer. I love her. I will not change. So long as I am living in this state, I will go and see her. She has never gotten any of my piercings wrong. Any of my piercings that rejected were just because my body didn't like them, or somebody else did something that messed it up. She has never gotten them wrong. She's always good at making sure, and like I'm always allowed to come in. Any of her particular customers are allowed to come in. Her clients can come in at any point in time, even no schedule. If something's wrong with the piercing, she says, "Give me a minute. I'll take a look at it. Let me finish someone else's session, and then I will be with you." And she will always take care of things. And I'm just like, I love her for that. She is great. She also will not push you to actually do anything. If you schedule an appointment and just end up kind of like too nervous to do it, she's like, no, we can reschedule.
So would you suggest for like getting my lip done? Because I've considered getting my labrae done, but I remember when I got my ears pierced for the second time. Like my first time, I was really little, but I think we had to take the piercing out because I think it was the metal in it that I was allergic to. Like I can't wear earrings that have nickel in them. Like I'm very
same. I
allergic
can't
to
either. She uses surgical steel for all of hers, so it's really high end stuff. So I love the piercings.
Is that like the second time I got my ears pierced, granted part of why it hurt so bad was because one of my ears, the piercer had to pierce through scar tissue, but we went through a professional shop the second time around, so she used a handheld needle instead of a piercing gun like she did the first time.
Yeah, but do not use piercing guns.
No. But when she pierced my ears, when I say I screamed, like I was 9 years old, when I say I screamed, I mean like I screamed.
No child has seen blood screaming.
But it's just like, I remember that it hurt, but I also am like, I was still like a child, and that was like the worst physical pain I have felt. And now that I'm adult, I mean like I have tattoos now, but tattoo pain is different from piercing pain.
Yeah, tattoo pain is more dull but constant versus
so funny,
piercing pain being more of like immediate and then
like if there was fucking pain, I can sit through like a 6-hour tattoo, you know, being stabbed thousands of times by hundreds of needles. I can sit through that and be like, ooh, that kind of hurts. But piercing pain, is like a quick 3-second pain, but I just remember that I screamed the last time I got pierced, and I don't want to end up being that person. But I'm also like, I'm grown now.
They've dealt with worse. They deal with people who pass out. They deal with people who throw up. Trust me, you screaming is probably the least of their worries.
Oh my god, I would feel so bad that I'd like, I'm so sorry, I haven't had a piercing since I was like 9 years old. But I mean, like, I really do think that getting a labrae done would help with me chewing on my lip and on my cheeks so much, because it would give me something to mess with.
Same. I've always wanted snake bites, but I'm always worried that it won't curb my habit, and then I'll destroy my piercing.
Yeah, but it would give me something like to mess with my tongue, because that's part of what triggers me chewing on my cheek, is that I'll feel like a bump or like a little piece of like skin, and then I start chewing at it, and then I keep chewing, and
My biggest problem is actually it comes more from the fact that like my lips get chapped super easy. So I just end up kind of chewing on my lip because I can feel the dry skin on my lip, and then I start ripping it off, and then, well, you know, it just gets to the point where I start chewing on it.
Yeah, I do that. I've low-key been picking at my lip all day, and I try really hard not to, because, like, for me, part of it is, like, it's a, like, one of my ways to fidget and whatnot, since I don't have...
Same.
I have, like, a decent amount of fidget toys, but I don't always carry them on me, and sometimes, like, my, fidget
That's why I'm getting, chewy fidgets.
Yeah.
Chewy Sims.
I want to gnaw on my necklace.
That's why or more correction, B ordered them for me, but I did send them money. But they ordered them for me, and they're gonna send them my way. Because they were ordering a big batch of them, because you can get them cheaper that way. So they ordered a big batch of a set shaped like crystals, and I'm getting the blue and I think I'm getting the blue and white ones. They just wanted the pink ones. So I was like, I'll take the blue. And they're like, how will you take the blue and white ones? I take the pink. And I'm like, sure, give me. And then they bought me, the ones I sent the money for were some dog tag shaped ones. Since those go super well with my tech wear, I can wear them with them and still have my sim.
I didn't even know that they had started making, like...
Oh, they've had them for years. But they're just normally sold for young children, like toddlers for teething. And for, like, young children, like super young children. So you have to go looking for, like, children's skin toys, children's shoe toys.
Homie, have I ever told you so? Like, I feel like this is another one of those things that was like a big nod to me having ADHD when I was little. But we used, like, Freya and I used to share, like, a wooden bunk bed. Because I was little, I used to be on the bottom, and Freya was always on the top. I used to chew on the bunk bed.
Yeah, I did the same thing.
It wasn't even, like, a teasing thing. I just liked feeling the wood, like,
station.
kind of like crust, you know, and
I found it.
Little teeth marks all over the bed frame.
And the water filtration machine.
Tabasco sauce on it to get me to stop. Sometimes it works, sometimes it didn't.
Yeah.
I finally found them.
See, the problem with mine was that I know my teeth are super strong, but I probably gave my dentist a frickin' heart attack. Because understand, I had a metal frame on my bed, and I was sitting there trying to chew on a metal frame.
Oh my god. I think I did that a little bit, but I didn't do it often because it wasn't the same as chewing on the wood frame.
Yeah,
but I was like, go ham on that bed frame.
Because see, I like the pressure on my teeth. And so I like feeling like I'm biting down on something, right? So it's just not even like
what I am. I just chew on everything.
Same. Just funny because my sister would refer to me as like a ferret or a cat or a dog. She'd just be like, "Why do you chew on everything?" And I'm like, "I don't know."
You're like, you're asking a really good question, homie. You've been around longer. You've been able to watch me. Why don't you answer that question?
Like, to which my sister responds, she's like, why don't you chew on gum? And I'm like, there's several reasons why I shouldn't do that.
Not the same.
Because sugar. My teeth, although strong, are not impervious to rot. So, you know.
Mom and Dad, like, when I started really chewing on my lip and my cheek, they were like, why don't you just chew gum? And I'm like, because it's not necessarily the chewing.
Yeah, the texture isn't the same.
Part of it's the texture, but it's not.
There is certain gum that will get that texture. But
like,
that gum is hard to come by and expensive.
It's like, it's not just a matter of chewing. I am ripping the skin off, and gum doesn't do that. Like, I've dulled down one of my canines because I use it to chew through my cheeks so much. Like, it's still pretty sharp, but like, if you look at it compared to my other canines, you can definitely tell that I've chipped off little bits of that tooth because of how much and how aggressively I chew.
He sends me stim toys, because I'm going to be getting extra of the blue and white crystal-shaped ones. I will gladly give you one.
I would love that.
Oh, man.
Because I'm pretty sure it would help. Because I know they help me.
I just gnaw away on it.
And you know what? I've also gotten to the point where, like, if people stare at me for it, I now do the thing where, because I'm autistic and don't like to make eye contact, that I'll zone out and go cross-eyed and just stare at them. And it concerns them so much, and they immediately look away. This is a method that I have used for years to get people to leave me alone. That, or sometimes I just go to the resting bitch face. And they won't say a word to me. Because I look like someone that, look, I am chewing on a small piece of rubber. Or silicone, more exact. And I have the face that looks like someone who'd probably eat your soul. So, like, it's probably the wisest decision to just not say anything. You know? Like, it's probably wise. It's time to wash the red grapes, which we didn't get as many of, because there aren't many good ones. Hey, bitch, stop clinging to the bag. That's actually a really good point, Elise. Like parrot toys, the wood on them is like really good for chewing, because it's designed for that intended purpose, and it's safe to chew on. That's actually a smart idea. I don't know, maybe look into that. The hilarity of you getting a parrot toy to chew on would amuse me to no end.
Just thought about it because I love bird and studied about it, and I remember trainer explaining that there are all types of foods. Some are easy to choose, some are hard, and toy can have multiple type of food, so you know the one you like the most. They're not cheap, but they're, if you found good quality, worth it.
Fair. I also love that this entire conversation is going to be on a stream.
Oh yeah,
Right.
entirely.
We're sorry, Buizma. That was a tangent.
No, it's completely fine.
Was it being recorded?
That is going to be hilarious.
Oh no,
Oh my
I'm
God.
sorry.
Don't
Oops, I'm sorry.
don't
I can just
worry.
go back and watch this entire conversation on Twitch. That is
Oh,
hilarious to
hell
me.
yeah.
It being recorded.
Content, you know.
I feel
That's
bamboozled.
fine. I signed up for this.
Hello, Twitch friends.
I found things as you guys were talking.
Nice.
No,
I found the water filtration system.
Nice.
I
Oh, that'll be helpful for you.
I finally finished the what's it called? The modification station.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Nice.
all I could say is have fun with the water filtration system. It only takes about 3 to 4 hours to fill one water bottle.
That's fine.
I thought they updated it.
I don't know how it is in Subnautica, but in Below Zero, it takes 3 to 4 hours.
I thought in or not Below Zero. I thought in base Subnautica they updated it to be a little faster because of how hard water is to get in terms of like the amount you need for the amount of traveling. I thought they updated that because there was a lot of complaints about it. I might be
Possibly.
wrong, but
I
I
don't
just
know.
remember that they said like the water filtration system will now produce faster.
It still takes a very long time.
And I think the reason why in Below Zero it has more is because you can also just straight up eat snow
I want to eat snow.
to get water.
Oh, and Below Zero, you actually have a suit that you can craft eventually where it takes the moisture, the body moisture, and
Yeah, there's
turns
one
it
in
into water.
there's one in Subnautica as well.
You know what's wild?
Which is what we've all affectionately referred to as the pea suit.
Subnautica is essentially like a survival game, right?
Yes. With story.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
And I totally get that it's fictional and everything, but like eating snow to stay hydrated is horrible. It is not effective at all. It's
Yeah,
actually
because
like
cold
really
water
bad
doesn't
for you.
absorb into your system very well.
Yeah, and it's just the fact that if you eat snow, then your own body temperature has to melt that snow down into water, which, by the way, like a handful of snow is not a lot of water at all. So
Nope.
you're using up
So
valuable
they
energy.
actually have a way to counteract the effects to make sure that it's actually
Oh my god,
usable.
did they put that into effect? Is that a thing?
So they have like this thing. There's actually an item. I have it in my chest back at my base. That you combine it with the snow to actually make bottled water that is
God,
drinkable.
that is so cool.
Yeah.
Oh
It's
my god,
I
they
forget,
put that
isn't it like
into
a
effect.
it's similar to the filtration kit, right?
Yes,
I
so
think.
there's like
That
a
makes me so happy.
so what it is, there's like a frozen plant combined with salt deposit. You
Yeah.
use that to make the item that you need to filtrate the water from the snow.
That makes me so happy that they took that into account.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
they took
You
every
can't. I
single
think
little
when
bit
you
detail.
actually eat snow, it doesn't give you a lot, but I think it can be used if you eat it. It does actually drop your body temperature in Below Zero, which can be useful for if you're in one of the thermal areas. Even though most of Below Zero is frozen, there is areas where there's like thermal vents and you
Cool.
can heat and get
Well,
burned.
okay, so in Below Zero you
That's
cannot
cool.
you cannot consume the snowballs. At least not anymore.
Ah, dang, really?
Yeah, so it's
I
just
used to
purely a
have that at the
crafting
beginning.
item.
Oh, darn.
Well, they
I
changed
remember
a
in the
lot.
beginning you could eat them.
They changed a lot to the point they deleted everybody's save files.
Ooh.
Yeah, I remember that going on.
Twice. Not once, but twice.
And I remember it going on as in like it was an ongoing thing of like the sort of two events just melded together.
Yeah, they just literally got rid of everything story-wise. It just like it was completely changed except for the architects. Architects stayed.
Yeah. I remember when that happened, because basically what happened was the devs were not satisfied with the story. Even though everyone else was really liking it, they didn't like it. Which is completely fair. If they want to change it because they don't like what they're working on, that's valid. I would rather they enjoy the content that they've made, even if maybe some people disagree with them. Because I know a lot of people do, actually. People don't like the new story. I think it's badly paced, personally, to me. I think the pacing of it just feels
Off.
so rushed. Yeah, it just feels really rushed. But I also understand why they changed it, because the original one had a ton of these like weird weird like plot holes that they couldn't even try to like explain away with random information. And I understand why. And they also felt that it was basically just the Subnautica story again. The first one, it didn't feel like it to them. They kept feeling like it wasn't a continuation, it was just a repeat of the same story, but just, oh, everything's frozen now. And so they wanted to incorporate more interesting facts into it and focus a little bit more on the architects, because basically the original idea was that the Kara was going to be a problem again. That's why the whole frozen Leviathan was there and stuff like that, was that the Kara virus was going to be a major problem again. And so, but this time it was spreading on the ship. And so the ship that you come from and stuff like that. So basically someone sabotaged the ship and whatnot, whatever. It was going to have a story kind of akin to what you have to do in the first one, except this time it's the ship that it's your like settlement and stuff like that. So, but they decided that didn't make sense, because first off, the enzyme is now free in the environment, so the coronavirus would eventually die. So they decided they were going to change the story, because it just, which I understand. I feel for them in that matter of like they didn't want to just like rehash the same crap. They didn't want to just rehash the old story and make it into, oh, Subnautica 2, and not just have it be copy and paste. So I'm okay with the story, even if it feels really rushed and paced awkwardly. Like everything happens way too quickly in the story that you don't really get time to process anything.
I would say that it's something that I'm kind of worried about, like with Arc 2. I'm worried about if it's just gonna be like a rinse and repeat of what they already have.
Yeah, I'm hearing from a lot of people saying that they have a good feeling that it's not, because
that's good.
Like I'm hearing a lot about it where like people are just saying like no, they don't think so, because they even said that it's because Arc 1, like the original Arc games, are focused heavily on survival aspects more than its story. And since 2 is going to be focused more on story, they said that there's already this kind of like big juxtaposition of how they're going to treat the story. So a lot of people are saying that they're pretty confident that it's going to be a really good story. Because I personally think the story for Arc 1 is kind of all over the place.
Oh yeah.
I love it.
Like how they explain it, and it's having to find
there's not a lot of explanation. Like, I still don't technically know who Rockwell is. Like, I understand that he is the bad guy.
So
but why is he the bad guy?
So from what I get with Rockwell, in finding his notes, like, it all starts on the island, the very first map that you go on. And Rockwell, like, all the people in it are from different time periods. Like, Mei Yin is feudal Japan. Rockwell, I think, is supposed to be like 18th century, like Englishman. Like he still has like that women don't have rights, women don't know what they're talking about. And then there's Helena, who is a more modern, like closer to our time period, and I think she's a biologist. And Rockwell does this thing. Rockwell is a scientist, and unfortunately, that means that in the name of discovery, doing really fucked up things. And Part of like why the story is so hard to follow is because you don't find the notes in chronological order. You have to find them and then go through.
And there are some notes that you just might not come by because they're really hard to find.
They're hard to find. And with Rockwell, we see him start to become very, very invested in the obelisks and figuring out what element is and tech and how it all works together. And in Aberration, I haven't gotten super far in Aberration, and it's even harder to find notes there because of how big that map is and the like.
Yeah, despite it being a fully underground map.
Yeah.
Also, by the way, I do know that there is one note that's really close onto the surface, so you have to survive the fires.
That good old
The great giant inferno that happens on the surface because of the sun.
Absolutely. Because that arc is broken. So I think I have like this whole theory, right, about what happens on the Aberration arc, or the Aberration arc, and I have like this thing that, so like Rockwell is obsessed with tech and element. Aberration is broken, right? Like that's why the day-night cycle is so fucked up. That's why there's the aberrant zone where it's all radioactive. That's why a lot of the life there has bioluminescence. When we get to the Aberration map, when you start reading Rockwell's notes, you get to watch him delve into insanity. Like he starts off, like he's still doing like kind of fucked up things and like secretly experimenting on people by giving them food that they don't know what's in it. But Rockwell becomes like obsessed with element, and I think, because I haven't gotten very far, I think he exposed himself to raw element, or the what is it called? But like the raw element,
silver,
the purple shit.
Oh yeah, I know what happens to Rockwell necessarily, but there really isn't any explanation after Genesis. You just kind of, he is the enemy. That's it.
I really want to get Genesis so I can like learn more of the story, because I'm like so absorbed in the story. I firmly believe that the Aberration map is broken because of Rockwell. Because like obviously Helena and Mayin and Rockwell, like that happened way before our character gets involved in everything. So I firmly believe that when Rockwell became exposed to the element and like mutated into that big old monster that he turned into, I think he broke it. I think he developed a god complex in an attempt to control everybody that was on Aberration, because that's like what the Ravengers used to be humans or something like that. I think he exposed them to the raw element. And
not the Ravengers, the Nameless. Yes, the Ravengers are dogs. The Nameless are, because that's why they have their name. They are
believe that he, like,
unknown individuals.
And Mayin and Helena were like some of the few that managed to get off of that arc before Rockwell broke it.
Yeah.
I have like this whole idea in my head of him getting like
I think Genesis kind of confirms something similar. I know he fucks with Genesis. I do know that he does fuck with Genesis. That's the reason why the Titans are the way that they are.
I have such a big brain.
Yeah, I do know that he fucked with Genesis. Because that's why the Titans are infected with element.
Welcome, Gray. I didn't notice that you popped into the voice
Genesis
chat.
Is good. I love the map on Genesis. It's so pretty.
Ooh,
I love the different biomes and how it's all like in these giant biospheres. Huh?
Welcome, Gray. I just said
Hello,
that.
Gray.
Hello, Gray.
I did not even hear you pop in at all.
No, Discord didn't even give me a notification either.
Straight up.
I've been here for about 15 minutes.
What? Okay,
I've
you've been so absorbed in conversation.
I was just quiet.
I was just looking at it. It was not talking.
I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Hello.
I'm so sorry.
To be fair, I noticed that they came in because Gray redeemed the stretch. So
yes.
I see. Yes, indeed.
And I screamed, "Hydrate!" at Blizzma.
Indeed.
I am currently downstairs, so I'm not looking at the stream. But hello, I'm sorry. Oops. I didn't mean.
Oopsie.
I'm just quiet.
Oh, I know, but also I'm Zoe.
Same.
But we were having a good time
Okay.
talking about Ark and
that's
how
theory.
Panda might be correct. I don't know if it confirms it for the aberration map specifically, but I know Rockwell has fucked with the arcs, so you're probably not far from wrong.
I'm so positive, just from like what little I know and like the notes that I've picked up on the island and Scorched Earth and shit like that. Like, I'm almost positive that he broke aberration on purpose.
Now, from what I'm hearing, Arc 2 might be a prequel.
Oh yes, that's what I need. I want to see Vin Diesel. That's all I'm there for.
Yeah, because he is the character. He is the character that is said to have like he was before you.
Yeah.
But people are unsure because technically speaking, the end of his story sort of hints at him having been cloned and put in a stasis chamber. So we don't know if the one we are seeing in Arc 2 is the one from the stasis chamber or the real one from before.
He's playing Santiago, isn't he?
I have something to say about Arc 2 real quick. Pardon the interruption. Arc 2D2, that is all.
Gosh.
I love you, Gray.
Y'all heard it here. It's been confirmed.
I
mean, there is a Star Wars mod.
Oh,
There is a Star Wars mod.
Oh man,
It's not a sponsored mod, sadly, due to copyright reasons.
Of course, it's not a sponsored thing because Disney's stinky.
But you know what the best mod is for Ark? Personally, to me, the Halo mod.
I didn't know that was a thing.
There is a Halo mod. I would like to run around in Spartan armor and ride a dinosaur.
That makes me so happy.
I can dress up as Master Chief and run on a T-Rex.
I wanna be the dinosaur. How do I? Oh boy. Is this how I do it? I don't know.
Mood.
I'm trying to learn more on like how to use Medibang. And
Understandable.
Like, so I don't have to fight with the shading and keeping in the lines and all that crap. I'm trying to figure out how to clip the layer.
Clip layer.
Yeah, how do I do that?
There should be a button. Like right by the layer, when you click on the layer. If you go over to the tab where the layers are, there should be clipping. And you should check the box there.
Oh, I see it. I'm dumb. Hold on.
And attach it to the main layer. Whatever the main layer is.
The main layer would be the one below it, right?
Yes.
Oh, sick. Got a big
And
brain.
you can clip multiple layers to one base layer by just clicking clip again, adding a layer and making sure it's clipped.
Where did my purple shadow go? Found it. Just recorded like 40 seconds of me trying to find my one purple shadow.
Mood.
Because a little bit. Really, I should work on like detailing the background a little bit, but we'll get there when we get there.
Yeah, mood. I am so excited, and I'm happy to be seeing your art again. I have missed your art so much.
Oh my god, this dude, like, it makes my brain so very happy.
Like, also, I really do need to get, I need to get a remake of the tail you made me.
Oh yeah.
I really do need to get a remake of it that's accurate to Radai's tail, where he has his little tail spots and stuff like things like that. Like, me want. And then maybe for you to make like a jacket based off of his like speckled markings and stuff like that, like a cute little like, not jacket, but like the sleeves, like you know the things. Because I know you've made a hoodie, I believe, right?
I crocheted a hoodie a long time ago.
Yeah.
Oh my god, my wares are so jacked. This is gonna be rough.
Mood.
They're all over the place.
I'm a rough sketcher and I never do line except on CSP.
To be fair, my sketches used to be disasters, but then I started cleaning them up more often, and now I just 90% of the time, especially with any finished piece, I skip the line art process by just cleaning up the sketch.
That's exactly what I'm doing. Yeah, I've been doing this for 1
Because
month
that is
now.
easier and faster than line
And more
arting
drastic.
things.
It's easier to keep dynamic. Don't go into line art and just clean.
Wait.
And also, 90% of the time, my sketch looks better than my line art.
That's fair.
I totally feel that.
Right? Like, it's one of those things where it's just like, yeah, you know what? If this keeps to being a consistent thing that happens, maybe I should just skip that process altogether.
There was a point, like, with my old laptop where I would just, I would do the sketch and then take, like, 3 hours to clean it up. And then just, like, go with that. Like, my ref of Fenry, like, my first ref of her, that's all that was. Like, I just spent
remember
trying to clean up that sketch.
I
remember, but she needs a proper ref.
Yeah,
she really does need a proper ref.
Yeah, she does.
Everybody may need a proper ref, but we don't have time.
Drink the rest of my water.
Right.
I go get water.
Especially me over here with my overly stocked up refs.
Got so many characters, and I'm like, oh my god, they will look so good in a. I say it in English, graphic romance. You know, you don't do a drawing every page, just a drawing on chapters or really important moments. Story, that seems damn cool. I feel like it's so large story. Every time I read it, I'm like, I want to know more.
Because Gray redeemed water, I have to go get water. So take care of the stream, guys. I'll be back in a bit.
Okay, we'll keep everyone entertained. They can just listen to us ramble again.
Oh man, there's so many characters that I need to make a good ref for though. It's not even funny.
Right?
I can't claim to love all of my characters and then do nothing with them.
Mood.
I have ton of ideas for characters, but I'm like, I'm gonna sketch one thing, finish it.
This is literally how it is.
So many
I think
characters
one of the
waiting
things
in the line in my head.
Right, but I think one of the things that I'm like most guilty of when it comes to like characters is that I'll make a full design, full lore, and will never have drawn them once.
That's me.
There's the best.
Bane or like Tack. I've had Tack for almost as long as I've had Rain, and the most I've done is be like, he's kind of psychotic.
Yeah, but you do need to work on him so that I can use him as a punching bag.
Sure. Oh, absolutely. Like his design overall hasn't really changed, but I think giving him an update would definitely be a good idea.
Yeah, he does need a proper update anyway, because
Yeah,
like, oh boy, the last time you draw him was a long time ago.
I think the last time I drew him was like 2015, 2016 maybe.
Yeah, it was a long time.
Does he really deserve it though? Is he a good enough boy? The answer is no.
The answer is no, but also
yes.
because he's a
man.
morally questionable asshole.
Morally
love
questionable is one way to word it.
Gee, he's
Y'all
less
haven't-
morally questionable, just straight up an asshole.
Y'all haven't really been introduced
He is
to
just an
Cat yet.
asshole.
Detecting increased foreign
Cat-
Because he's the
Yeah.
reason Rain lost her arms.
Performing a
Yeah.
self-scan
So
for
he's just an
device.
asshole.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even like a oops accident. It was he did this intentionally.
Oh no, it was very, very intentional.
He's a little fucking bastard.
Cat has like a mildly concerning obsession with Rain, but he's kind of at the point where like he thinks he's in love with her, but he's not. It's just more of a sense of like control for him. But at the same time, like if he wants something, he is going to get it, whether the person involved likes it or not.
Yeah, he's very not okay, to put simply.
He is not.
I don't think there's really fun here, but I think you can
I'm
look
back
like
with hydration.
I don't know if there's really fun here.
I've
Oh boy.
returned
Hello, Buck.
hydration.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Hydrate or dihydrate.
Exactly.
Hydration, it is
Me,
important.
myself.
Get your water today.
Gray, you just need to voice over my entire life. That'll work.
I charge $9.99 an hour.
Welcome, but I'm too lazy.
Ooh, is this shading actually gonna be decent? Wow.
Alright, I'm back on my computer.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back to your computer. If you'd like to speak to somebody, press 9.
I love that.
Para continuar en español, oprima 10.
You gotta kill me with that type of jokes.
This is it, guys. This is the one.
Indeed.
This is my platonic soulmate. There he is.
Like, it makes him so cool.
Oh boy.
Here
Oh
we
no,
are looking
Twitch,
at the
what the
depths of
fuck?
the ocean.
What did you do? Twitch reloaded everything and I am confused now.
Oh.
Fair.
Oh.
Mood.
That
Oh, I
happens.
have these again.
That's a normal thing. It's a normal day occurrence, you know.
Please wait for Twitch to recalculate the web page.
Get used to it now for whenever you do get your computer and start streaming.
Right,
Yo, I have to go visit the Long Boys again.
Yay! No, not yay.
I need diamonds.
Very friendly.
Yep.
They sound like wonderful little
Unfortunately, that
ones.
is the one place that has a plentiful amount of diamonds.
I found death.
Past 100 meters.
I literally found the edge of the ocean, and I'm like, ah, nice.
Passing 200 meters.
Be careful.
Oxygen
How am I
efficiency
gonna go
greatly
about this?
decreased.
Oh no, too late. I already got hit by something that was at the edge of the ocean. That's doesn't take much to kill you.
Have you considered fighting?
That's not a creature you could fight. As much as I would love to fight it.
That isn't a full adult ghost leviathan. Do not try to fight that.
Fight him. Fight him as hard as you can.
No, we do not fight the ghost leviathan. Do you
Give him
understand
a-
how big the ghost leviathan is? It can
Nope.
eat me in one go.
Okay, well, I can eat it in very, very
Where
small
the
bites.
fuck am I? I can't see.
Have you seen the ghost leviathan?
I think I've seen like resin art of him, but that's about it.
Let me grab a clip for you.
I'm gonna bite him.
The Ghost Leviathan is what we call fuge, which is a combination of frickin' and huge. And for extra emphasis, well, you wouldn't use friggin'.
I am going to sink my little teeps into it.
I love monsters.
And you'll be able to get.
Share it.
You'll get about 0.001% of its fin, and that's it.
Nom nom.
It's like, what is this ant trying to do?
Right, literally. I'm biting it. Doesn't feel too nice, does it?
It just tickles him.
I would absolutely get eaten in one full bite, but I'm going to bite him first.
You know.
Alright. Here you go, Panda.
Okay, let me give my screen recording a pause real quick. I'm almost done with this. I'm so excited.
Copper.
Check tight. Well, what is that? I'm a big fan of how that dude's camera just bobbing away.
So that's called the prawn suit, but if we were to only use synonyms, we could also call it the shrimp attire. The more you know. And knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe.
My brain gained a wrinkle.
There is the dead zone. I guess that video did not have the Leviathan. Hang on, give me a sec.
I've been like super close to my screen. I'm like, where is this? Where is this dude?
I need.
Where art thou, thrusters? I need your parallel processing units.
Oh.
You know, that sounded like you were William Shakespeare, but then a robot.
Dude, that's so cool.
Yeah,
That's
I
a
love the
big
Ghost
boy.
Leviathan, but also I am terrified.
That is one awfully big boy that I am going to take a nice little chomp out of.
I don't think that'll go well for you, but alright.
No, probably not, but it's the thought that counts.
Fair enough. I wish for someday to be multiplayer Subnautica.
Yes, please.
That sounds like
that
it
would
could
be
be
great.
fun. That sounds like it could be fun. I have acquired the hot knife.
Time to cook fish. By stabbing them.
My knee feels like it just tried to explode. That does not feel too good. Man, come on. Okie dokie. I don't want to do all the shading. Oops. So no, I'm like excited to introduce Tack to you guys, but I gotta figure out how to present him properly because this dude deserves like a solid introduction.
Yes.
Oh, who?
Yes, indeed.
Tack, one of my
The latest one.
characters.
Oh.
What?
Hey, a little asshole.
That is a nice way of putting it.
All right. I think this is a great place to stop for me. One, it's late. I have to take my brothers to school. And two,
Fair.
I've made a lot of progress.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
What I can say,
Progress is good.
if you guys are up to it, or for those that are able to, Friday, I can stay up as long as I want.
Yes.
Yee.
That's a threat.
I will not be able to join, but I hope you have fun.
It really depends on my timeline.
I will try to join because I was so getting ready my David Attenborough impression for when you met the long leg things, and I would have narrated your descent onto that. So, to be continued.
Yes, to be
So,
continued.
Panda, guess what I found? Apparently, this was saved on my phone.
All right, then. Let me drink this water now that I have it. All right, cool. Yes. Ha. I made a lot of progress. I appreciate the lads that sat in voice chat with me. It was fun. It was entertaining. Yeah, I definitely appreciate it. It's been fun. This game is fun. I'm enjoying it. I think I'm enjoying it more than I thought I'd enjoy it. I was kind of thinking that I'd get tired of playing it, but that's not the case. Not the case at all. I guess the exploration in this game is keeping me. But yes, either way. I do appreciate you guys both sitting in the stream and also being able to talk to. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, more Subnautica. I'm probably gonna be by myself this time because I don't want to stay up too late. Friday. But Friday, ooh. As long as my internet works, I will be here. Either way, hey fish. Either way, with that, again, I appreciate you guys coming out, and as always, catch you guys on the next stream.